Hello again. Mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me? Hello, I'm Dread Mechanic. I'm back again for another one of my build streams. I think this one is part 5 of building Metal Gear Zeke that you can see over here behind me. Just do a few quick little checks, make sure my internet is working, chat seems to be working, everything seems to be in the green, so I think we are good to go. So, where were we last time? Last time we set up a few bits for the rail cannon and we put the basic parts in place for this missile launcher, and then we did a little bit of testing on whatever that is over in the distance. Oh yeah, that was a scrap walker. We were using him as a firing dummy, weren't we? Right, so he can turn, he can walk. Some of the other things I wanted to do today is possibly trying to make a balance control system. And I also need to work out what's going on in his walk cycle. I think I need to slightly adjust the feet so that they're maybe not moving quite as quickly, because his feet seem to be tipping forward a little bit and they're not quite catching the ground. When they tip back, they snag the voxels, but then he levels out and he leans forward a little bit and then he slows down because the voxels aren't gripping properly. So let's bin him off and have a look at the one we're building over here. You can go as well. Right. Yeah, so I think I might adjust the foot hinges and the walk cycle to move forward slightly slower. That way the feet will be slightly tipped back, hopefully, when they contact the floor. So where were we? We need to look at the walk controls. Oh, I wish these things had labels. So that is our control when we go forwards. So leg hinge left, number 4. What are you doing? 7. Let's make it 6 instead. So you can still move back at that speed, but yeah, that slight little delay might be just what we need to get it to grab the floor. So I'll do that with the other one too. Because it's a hinge, it's going to be exactly the same. R04, that's the one. So that'll be set velocity 6 RPM. And that might be all we need. Oh, hello, Beltford Justice. Good to see you again, man. Nice to see you too. Yeah, I'm planning to make live streaming a more regular thing. My internet issues seem to be resolved. That were plaguing me a few months ago. So yeah, from now on I'm planning to stream every other weekend and do Backyard Survival every other weekend. So they'll alternate between weeks. But yeah, there'll be plenty more live streaming to go. there'll be even more when the new update comes out. Because I usually like to do a little bit of a live stream when a new update comes out to see if there's anything that might be useful to mech builders when the updates drop. So I'll definitely be doing a live stream when that happens as well. Right, I'm just going to check to make sure this idea with these legs is actually going to work. So if we copy this dude, paste him in, a little bit roughly, but it's creative mode, nothing's gonna explode or get damaged. It's not creative mode, I've just got damage turned off. But damage is off, so it's not gonna make anything explode, so it can be a little bit rough with things. Doesn't quite seem to be resolving the issue the way I'd hoped. Oh, you fool. I think it's the other end of the foot movement that I need to adjust so that it tips back slightly slower. Maybe. Because I need a little bit of an angle as those blocks contact the floor and push back. Okay. What if we make that go backwards a little bit faster? So, leg L04. So that does -8. We were working off 7. That might be the one. Yeah, we'll try that with the other one. See if that makes a difference. So, leg R04. Set velocity -8. Yeah, I hope that makes a difference. Otherwise, I just need to put loads of extra weight on the back so that he tips a little bit more. I don't really want to do that because he's actually quite well balanced. He's just got... Ooh, a good shot. Let's see how this works. That is making a noticeable difference, but he's still quite bouncy. And then he's still tipping forward a little bit because he's quite front heavy. I think it might be an overall balance issue. I think he's just tipping too far forward because he's got this really big heavy head and all this stuff at the back end. His pod's probably about the same size as his head, but it is considerably closer to the centre of mass. Oh, hey, Chad P. Oh, don't worry, I've only been streaming for 13 minutes, and the first 5 of them was probably a blank screen while I got set up, so you haven't missed much. But welcome to the stream, dude. Right, so I think I might need to try and do the balance control thing. And the balance control thing is a weird, complicated process that I'm playing with at the moment. I've been experimenting with using the AI blocks, or some of the AI blocks, on a subgrid. Where is it? AI functions. And time locking the event controller certain grip. Oh, hey, Quets. Oh, hey, UK Jamie. Hi, how are you doing, guys? Quets, if you mean locking with, like, mag plates and landing gear and stuff like that, it can work. Sometimes it's a little bit ropey at best. I try to avoid it because every time I've tried to use landing gear, it's ended with mech legs flying in different directions and clanging out. So, interesting idea, but I'm probably not going to do it. One of the things I have been working on, though, at the minute is using AI blocks as a self-balancing system. So Rex has basically, inside him, he has got a rotor with a bunch of gyroscopes on it, much like the balance control, the turn control rotors that I build, like this one up here, that makes the whole mech turn. But this one down here has got some AI blocks attached to it and some thrusters to trick those AI blocks, and they are looking at this beacon right here. Well, they're looking at the signal that is relative to that beacon and keeping the whole thing level. Yeah, Chad, yeah, you haven't missed much. What if the walking cycle doesn't swing each leg back as quite as far? That might make a difference, but the one I've got set up at the minute is quite well balanced, so I want to try and see if other things might work before I start fiddling with the nitty-gritty details of his step size, because I always try and roughly work that out from the spacing of the hips and the overall height, and his walk cycle's pretty good. It's just that flat voxels, flat blocks straight down on voxels don't actually really generate any grip. But balance control might help with that to tip him back again, so I think he's leaning slightly forward. But yeah, like I was saying, Rex has got subgrid, gyros, AI blocks, looking at that to keep him level and preventing him from tipping over. And if he does start to tip over in a weird direction, the AI blocks correct him. But it's probably easier to try and tip him if I walk backwards. You gonna do it? No, you're not. Oh, there you go. See, he's really far forwards. Really far forwards. Should be tipping over. But those AI blocks are snapping him back into place. So I'm going to try and do a similar thing over here. Oh yeah, they're all perfectly good ideas. What about using wheels? Oh, the dreaded wheels. Wheels are great for large grid. Wheels are not so great for small grid. Wheels are the suspensions are really good for negating damage and the friction, but they are so bouncy. So bouncy. That unless your mech weighs like a considerable amount, he'll just start sort of skipping along as he's walking. Even with the air shock settings off, there's something about the wheels themselves that are just innately really bouncy. Yeah, Quet, it's annoying. It works well on great big large grid mechs, just not so great on small grid. I mean, if you make your small grid mech big enough, it'll be alright. Because I have done some like that. But I've tried suspension feet on Rex, and I've tried them on Zeke, and they both keep bouncing about 4 feet in the air as they walk, and it's a sort of oscillating thing that gets worse and worse as they go, and they start bouncing higher and higher, and it's frustrating. I think it's something to do with the actual wheel blocks that the suspensions generate. They've got their own special mechanics. Because those issues aren't quite as bad with my rotor suspension mod, because it's just regular blocks getting attached. They are not nearly as springy, but the actual suspension mechanism itself is quite springy. So, what I wanted to do was try and make a balance system in here, and I built 2 of these with that sort of in mind. Just think, might need to make a few minor adjustments to get some stuff in here. I might even need to move that connector back again. For now, the choice is between gyro tweaks or adding heavy armor. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, because like adding mass to the mechs seems to counteract the bounciness of the suspension blocks. But then you're left with the problem if you add too much mass, then your hinges and rotors start to struggle. So there's a bit of a balancing act between mass, power, and all sorts of other stuff. Gets a bit confusing sometimes, but I'm going to attempt to... Well, I need to build the AI balance system into this anyway. So we've got these 2. One of them is going to end up being locked into place anyway. That one's not got a lot of room to play with. Oh, and there's still a bloody great big gap there that I've not filled in. Right, well, let's grab me reference pictures and fill that gap in. We've got the reference pictures on OBS. Where are mine? Oh yeah, I forgot to set them up before the stream. Silly mate. Zeke. There we go. That's one. No, you can't really see it very well. Yeah, that'll do for now. Whatever. Oh yeah, I keep pressing that button. That button conflicts with one of my hotkeys for OBS. Need to work that out. So if we... Let's just put blocks like that. And then taper it off like that. And that'll do for now. Oh no, I've done something weird. What's that button doing? Ugh. Right, I've done something weird to me. Spectator mode. So if we make that one the turn control, essentially, and this one the balance control, let's once again cut this connector out and bring all this back a little bit so we've got a bit more room to play with. That out, cut that out, put that out. That we are going to lock in place. We'll set that to 0 on all sides. Oh, I've got that up on the screen like an idiot. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Sorry, guys. What's that? Something you noticed looking at the reference pics. The lower left pic shows the legs less vertical, so the centre of mass is further back. Yeah, I've got about half a dozen pictures, and they all have the leg positions slightly differently. I have just gone for one that keeps the whole mech balanced overall, because some of them have got it like with these bits sticking really far out, and some of them have got him where the double knee section in the middle is really, really straight and he's standing really tall, which would throw off his centre of balance a little bit. So I've just got them set up to be nice and in the middle somewhere. Right, so what was I doing before I got distracted? That is going to go back to 0 for the moment. And then we need to set up one end at 180. Because this is where this rubbish all gets a little bit complicated. I need to chop loads of things off this anyway, so I may as well start it again. We'll take that out, take that out, get rid of that. We'll take that out. And we are going to put in another one of them. Ugh, everything on that one needs its name changing. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just take the numbers off for now. I'll copy it like that. That way it'll be easy for me to tell what is what later on. And I've still not downloaded that bloody block renaming mod that people keep advising me to get, and I keep trying to remind myself to get. So, how I set up these balance control systems. We have got a bunch of AI blocks, so we'll have a flight block there, and we will have, where is it, recorder block there. I'm going to have that there, like so. So we need to sneak a beacon into the front end somewhere. Which is going to be basically impossible. Oh yeah, that's still misbehaving. Where are we? We're there. So that's the one that's going to spin. That has not got No room either side of there. Actually, what we could do, rearrange this conveyor pipe a little bit. Let's take that and that out. Take that out. Place it with a T-block. Then, and yeah, we need to keep that as clear as possible. So if we go up from there, yeah, let's change the front of it, it'll be fine. Go up from there, in there, in there. Yeah, that'll work. Then we can connect that up there, everything is back to green again. That's got enough room to spin by miles, that's fine. And then we can slap a beacon here. Everything will stop jiggling. No, I stick a beacon there. That should still have the room to spin without clanging. No scrubbing. Cool. Right. That can go. What level was that then? We were going to build that. Oh, actually, we could build it lower, couldn't we? We could, in fact, have it there, so it's more firmly attached to the floor. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. Right then, fun times. So, that's going to be attached to there, which is a block higher than where we are there. How far are we from there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 blocks that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 10 blocks this way. Not that one. Stick that there. I'll stick that there. Or that beacon test for now. Right, and then what we can do is we can jump into our control seat. And then we can go to those new AI blocks that we built. There's that one there. We will call that AI unit. Balance. Balance, move for now. That is going to have 0 altitude, 0 angles at all, and align to planetary gravity. And then we've got that recorder block, which we will call balance control, because that's what's actually going to control stuff. And this block is going to be looking at that test beacon we just set up. And we are going to add a waypoint relative to it. We'll turn that on. In fact, I'll add another one as well. So it's constantly cycling between 2 locations and always trying to level out and find somewhere. All the way over there. I smoked something up. What have I done differently since the last time? Anyway, now that we've got that recorded, strange. Delete that. There. And we need to get in. Oop, where were we? We need to get in there. That beacon. That metal gear Zeke. Forgot the square bracket on the end. Balance control. Set balance control. That one. Then we can select our new beacon, and the signal is out there for some reason. Oh, it's because beacons have a particular way round, that's why. It's really hard to tell, but they actually do have a front face. There's just no real distinguishing mark on what is the front face. Which is why that is 90 degrees out. It should be over here. Right. Let's try and work out which way around this beacon is. Oh, you know what? I might actually just scrap it and use the new one. So that's easier to determine. There we go. I think it's that way around. Metal Gear. Which one is it? Zeke. I've been looking at so many Metal Gear designs at the minute, I can't remember which one's which half the time. Right, we'll try that again. Hopefully it'll be the right bloody way around this time. Balance control. Select that one. And now it's underneath. Okay. Why do you think it's down there? Doesn't want to play nice today. These beacons are being weird. Hang on. I know how I can figure out which way around they're supposed to be. I do that, and then paste that into place. I should then figure out where the hell I am. Be able to work out which way around this sodding beacon's supposed to be. Let's do it that way first. Balance control, once again, and just do that one. Right, so it needs to spin 90 degrees to the left. To the right. It's that way, so I need the front face of that triangle facing me. That, hopefully. Don't remember it being this difficult last time. Balance, control, beacon. There we go, it's finally in the right bloody place. So now, in theory, these oh, idiot, I know why. Because I forgot to spin that back the right way around. There we go. Oh yeah, because until I cut it down it's going to be a static thing. Anyway, it will work in a minute, but that's the basic idea. So, these AI blocks, along with these gyros, will be trying to constantly stay in line with that waypoint, which will be relative to the beacon on the main grid, so it'll move with the grid as we move. And pretty much keep the whole thing level. That's how it works over here with Zeke. It's constantly trying to stay level with that waypoint. It moves along with us. And we just need to add some more gyros, so it's got a little bit more power to use, a little bit more strength. So we'll stick some of them on because the vanilla gyroscopes have only got one connection point, which is really frustrating. Stick 3 along there. Oop, it's too close for that last one. That can go in there. And then we make some adjustments to this conveyor system. We could probably get a few more on top. Oh, cheers, Belfed Justice. Yeah, it's an idea that a lot of the mech building community have been tinkering with since the AI blocks came into the game, basically. There was a point when that didn't work, but then the AI blocks got a little bit of an update, and it does work now. And there's other ways of doing it as well. I use the recorder block method because my cockpit isn't in line with the AI blocks or where I can place them. Whereas if you're building, like, say, a little biped thing, you could have those AI blocks that are controlling the balance system mounted in line with your cockpit, and then just use a task block set to follow player to achieve pretty much the same thing. The only difference is every time you hop out your cockpit, the mech will try and turn and follow you, because it's set to follow player rather than follow a specific location. But there's different ways of doing it. Right, so that's that setup. That's that setup. Oh yeah, I like to put all these gyroscopes on override on the off chance that the AI doesn't do anything, because the AI will take them off override when it's controlling them and just control them like a player does. But when it isn't, it will automatically put it back into override mode, so that there's always something trying to keep the mech stable. Yeah, you know what? before we go any further, we'll give that a little test. See how that is working, or if it is working at all. Probably won't be, because when it's mounted like it is right now on a landing gear, the game thinks it's technically a static grid, so this might smeg everything up, and I might have to re-record the waypoint. But we'll have a look. There's no waypoint there right now. Then we take balance control. It's that beacon. Oh, possibly not. Is it the other one? There we go. That's something I forgot to do. I need to take that rotor out. Turn rotor 2 is now balance rotor. In fact, they don't need designations anymore because they're separate things. So, balance rotor. Let's put you back to 0. That was the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Right. Just going to need to make our turn controls a bit stronger, because we've now just sacrificed half that power for balance control, but that's easily remedied. But yeah, it looks like it's working, because you can see when it tips too far back, the AI kicks in and drags the whole thing forwards again. Like that, just there. The override of the gyros takes much, much longer to kick in. Yeah, so that's definitely working. Right, let's walk backwards and turn. That's always a good way to test if the balance control's working, because yeah, you can see that AI fighting to keep it level there. Won't let him tip forwards. Cool. Right, that seems to be working fairly effectively. Might need a bit more power in the balance control, but I still think I just need to put more weight into the back of it. But at least the balance control is working. What's the actual... not suspension. Rotors. No. Hinges. What's the strength like? I'm 20 million. That might actually be way too strong. That might be part of the problem. If we lower it a little bit, then the hinges have to fight a little bit more. Might actually make a difference. He's still quite bouncy. What's he weighing? 200,000 kilos. Where's Rex? What do you weigh? 228. 28 tons really making all the difference? Yeah, because Rex has absolutely no problems at all moving forwards. And his feet are pretty flat as well. Not quite sure what the difference is. Something to do with the spacing, possibly. So many little details can make such a big difference sometimes. Yeah, because I got them set up exactly the same. Same orientation, same size plate on the bottom. What's the spread between a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's try possibly making the feet smaller, seeing if that makes any difference. Maybe adding another point of contact. Yeah, we'll try smaller feet first, see if that makes a difference. See what that does. We'll get rid of that. Ooh, don't want heavy armor blocks, not right now. Get out. Dum 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 dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably never going to let me paste this back on. Just to be a pain. Nope, of course it won't. Fine, I'll just put the feet back on the hard way. That can do that. Then that can do that. Yeah, hopefully the add wheel is just add rotor head with this mod. Go. And where are those foot pads? There they are. One of them. One of them. Yeah, and then we'll do the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, so that can come out. That can come out. And I got rid of the thing I wanted to copy. Divvy. That can go there. I'll just copy that one because It's exactly the same. That. Add wheel. Add wheel. Add another wheel. What's that you're saying there, Beltford? It looks like they very slightly bounce. And the foot seems to entirely lose its traction. Yeah, that's what I was on about with rotor suspensions being a little bit bouncy by themselves, and then the wheel blocks add extra bouncy. Like, they're a great idea in theory for the indestructibility of the suspension heads and the shock absorption, but there's just something about them that makes them quite springy. And then physic bugs and wiggles like what you can see there don't help either, but that's the nature of plugging 20 subgrids together. See if a slightly shorter foot makes any difference. Oh yeah, we'll have to redo the beacon that's on here. I'll just call it Zeke for now. While we test it, balance control, you can look at Zeke. So you're out in front. Look at that. That's making a massive difference. Just having slightly smaller feet. And then he levels out a bit and he gets a bit slower again. Yeah, I'm starting to think most of the issue is just he is very, very front heavy because he's got a big fat head and a big, big railgun, and his centre of mass is all the way up here, skewed to the left skewed to the right quite a bit because of that. It is very, very high above the hips, and it is very, very far forward from the hips. So that is probably the number one culprit right there. Realistically, I want his centre of mass to be around here somewhere, slightly above the hips, and definitely further back on that body. Yeah, I think we just need to add more weight to the back. I think that is going to be the main issue. The smaller feet definitely help then catching, getting some more purchase on the floor, so I think that'll be okay. Need to fatten him up at the back. And we can do that by just adding more blocks and more mass and sorting out more of the functions. So let's do a little bit more greebling. Yeah, the side of that, there's about 10 different versions, but we'll go with that for now. Oh yeah, I need to finish these off. Never finished the supports for them. I know how I'll do it, at least for now anyway. Turning mirror mode off, because that's going to mess things up. Why is that in there? Yeah, don't add too much though, because I don't want to add too much more mass to the top. He's already top heavy. Sod it. Just put that in there like that. That can go there. That can go there. That can go there. And we'll probably wrap the top. And those things for now. Might just stick some armor panels across the front and the back. Yeah, I'm going to do something like that, I think. So let's do the same over here quickly. One of them. That needed changing. Has anyone ever tried the hinge spring setup? Like, can you set up the hinge to have resistance so that it pushes back when you push against it? Maybe keep constant ground contact. I'm sure people have tried stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sure people have tried stuff like that. It's why I always try and tweak the torque settings on... that probably didn't help either. I need to change that on the main grid. It's why I like to tweak the torque settings on the individual rotors and hinges so that they've got enough strength to actually move stuff, but there's a little bit of resistance in it. I think I did drop them on this, but it ended up being nearly 30 tons heavier. I think I might, because this guy's a bit lighter, I'm going to drop the strength on his ankles and his hips down a bit. Because if your hinges and stuff and your legs are too strong, they'll just drive through regardless of what they're doing or what angle they're on, and it can make your mech backflip and do all kinds of crazy stuff if their legs are too powerful. Right, so that works, so we can also put that back. Oh yeah, we need to adapt the front of this now, because I've got that in an awkward place, so... what do we do about that one? We can do that instead. Hopefully. Do that. Do that. We can cover that up. Put that there. And take that out. 1, 2, 3. That's the one. Yeah, there we go. And we can do that. That makes life easier. That can go there. That can go there. Oh, we didn't have bloody mirror mode on. There we go. Right, there we go, problem solved. Stick that in there. That one, that one, that one, right. That is the front sorted out, but that... Ugh. I'm not going to be able to get the centre of mass any lower, really. Unless I start adding weight into the legs. We have actually got big empty gap inside these legs. Yeah, they're both pretty much the same. They've got big gaps in them. Adding a bit more weight to them might actually help. Don't want to go overboard though. We'll do something like that. Oop, that's too much. And go over here, we'll do the same thing. Because Rex has got all kinds of extra weight in his legs. He's got extra subgrids, because this whole section here slides forwards on a pair of pistons. And then he's got the little support struts at the back. So his centre of mass is actually quite close. So that's that. Let's do the same in the top of his legs as well. That not got mirror selection. There we go. And then we'll do one more just here. That can go. Yeah, already that's brought that down. That centre, that's made a little bit of a difference. Oh, yeah. We need to put the connector back into place. We need to rebuild a home for that. That'll also add some more mass to the back again. And a thing I forgot on here. Where are they? There we go. That's the one. Is AI blocks can be a bit dumb sometimes. They can be incredibly clever and intuitive. They can also be a bit dumb. Because if you set up a grid with just AI blocks and no thrusters on it, you'll notice some big red letters saying block can't move, doesn't have directional thrust, blah 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 blah. And basically the AI blocks need thrusters to be able to work out what direction they want to be able to go in with what amount of force. But sometimes you don't want it to actually have the ability to physically thrust, because it'll cause clang or make your mech or your creation do weird things. So you can trick them with hydrogen thrusters, because the AI blocks are only looking for thrusters that are switched on. They are not looking for fuel source. So one of the things I tend to do with AI functions like this, I want to be able to control movement but don't want to actually be able to physically move things, is to stick on a bunch of hydrogen thrusters that aren't connected to anything but are pointing in all the relevant directions that we'll need. And then that way these AI blocks think that they can move in any direction. And that also goes for the AI controls that I use to make these things walk, which is why... Was it this one? It was this one here. which is why I put a couple of down-facing H2 thrusters in there right at the start. Because without them, the AI wouldn't be able to track me as soon as I get too high above its vertical axis. It just gets confused and can't work out how to get to you. So dummy thrusters are always a good idea. Right, so... Oop, wrong buttons. Go back to my own body for a bit. Right, we need to rethink this section slightly. Take that down so I can see what I'm doing. Let's take that off and just replace it with squares. Or cubes. Put that in there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Realistically, I want a bit of space so nothing scrubs. So we could do triangle blocks down the sides, squares down that side, leave that gap so nothing's scrubbing, and then we can put, there we go, connect it back. There it is on here. In the middle. Yeah. Take that out, plug that back in, like that. There's my blocks, there they are. Fill that back in. And bum 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 bum. And then for now, we'll just go round the sides like that. Oh, actually no, because that... Damn it, didn't need to delete that bit. Try that again. We will go with... triangles for the top and bottom. The full ones. And then we can have the shallow ones like that. There you go, that'll do me for now. Right, other things. Turn controls, they need to be stronger. What do about the turn control? Oh yeah, that needs renaming. Because we renamed it on the dummy. The test dummy. Zero, that's nothing. Right. Was there anything else I needed to tweak before we do any more? They were on 15, that was on 15. Hello, Radiation. Do I have notes for while I'm designing? I have a few. I've got a few things written down on text documents on my computer. And have a whole bunch of reference pictures to work off to try and get everything into scale pretty well, but a lot of it is just buried in my head from years of playing this game. And I'm always experimenting with new ideas to try new things out and refine old ideas, but a lot of it is just in my head. I try and answer as many questions people have as possible, because I'm really bad at making the time to do tutorials. Because it's actually kind of hard to tutorialize some of this stuff without making the videos into like a 4-hour lecture on robotics. Right. That centre of mass looking better. It's come down a block, but it's still really far forwards. Let's add more details to the top of this pod and cover that door up a little bit. Bear with me while I find another one of my reference pics. Where are they? Pictures. Zeke. What have we got? That one. Ah, there we go. It's a good view of the back of the pod, if not a little blurry. Oh yeah, there's other things I got distracted from. I was trying to finish off. Turn that off. Probably do with trying to tart this thing up a bit and adding a bit more weight this side as well. Then that will just move the centre of mass higher. I'm trying to get around that. Meh. Right. All the designs I've got for this are actually pretty flat on top, so I just have to make something up to cover some of this. Because annoyingly, the sides of these doors aren't attachment points. So if I do something here, I can't do it here. I have to have something that comes across. Just do some rows of armor plates for now. Have something like that. Oh no, not that bit. Oh, they don't mirror properly. They're the same way around. That's annoying. I might just do something like that for now to cover that up. And then we want some armor plates along here to cover the sides of that. And some of them under there. And where were we? Here as well, to cover them up. Damn. You know, I'm going to grind them off carefully in a second. That's the wrong place. Try adding heavy armor in the legs or important parts of lower section to lower center of mass. I could. My experience with doing that is the heavy armor blocks tend to be a little bit too heavy. And then your legs end up being so heavy that the rotors struggle to move them. It's a bit of a fine balance sometimes. You know, for this bit, I think I'll do it a little bit differently, and I'll do something more circular. That particular bit. Yeah, we'll do same thing over here. Heavy armor plates instead of blocks, or are they roughly the same weight? There's quite a substantial difference in the weights between heavy and light. Let's have a look. Heavy armor, single small grid armor block is 20 kilos. The heavy armor version is 112. So they are over 5 times the weight. Which is why it adds up quickly. Because if I place 10 of these, that's an extra ton. Whereas if I place 10 of these, it's 200 kilos. There is quite a substantial difference between some of them, because as far as I know, the armor plates basically just weigh the same as the blocks. Yeah, that's 20 kilo. I don't know, heavy armor plates are only 66. You know what? I like that pattern better than that pattern. Or you know what, I like it as well as. So let's actually put a bit of heavy armor on the back there. Yeah, because that's where the center of mass is. If I stick 100 blocks of heavy armor off the back of it, see how far it's pushed that center of mass now. Brought it all the way back there. And then if I chop that off, it all jumps forwards. So, yeah. At the same time, the logic blocks and things like that, they all add up in weight as you go. So as I add more functions and controls into the back of him, so there's more stuff I want to put in here, that'll also help with the counterweight. I could also move the batteries actually, because I think I put batteries here. I can actually potentially move them back over here. We can fill that gap in as well. Oop. And I could move the gyros as well. Ooh, in fact, that's probably a really good idea. They all weigh quite a lot. So let's move the batteries and the gyroscopes all the way back here and see what difference that makes. So I don't need much power. 2 large batteries will be enough. And all those gyros has been enough to keep it balanced so far. So we'll chuck a bunch of them on. And we will just call these AI gyros for now. I can't be arsed trying to number them. Because these are the gyros that the AI blocks are going to use to... Didn't copy properly, did it? These are the gyros that the AI blocks are going to use to control the mech when I eventually set up the AI controls properly, which is something I want to do in this stream. Oh, hey Marcus, how you doing? Yeah, radiation. The difference between heavy and light armor is quite a bit more than you'd think. Because I've tried building mechs in heavy armor as like the sort of standard blocks for its design, and they end up being so stupidly heavy. Because that weight difference builds up really quickly when you're used to working in light armor most of the time. And yeah, it's been problematic sometimes. Like, I do add like little bits of heavy armor here and there into mech designs to add a bit of counterweight where it's needed, but to build the whole thing out of it's just a bit extreme, I've found. Oh, what's that, Chad? You mean heavy armor plate versus heavy armor block? Yeah, I could actually just use some armor plates as detail, because at the moment these are all really plain, boring. And I quite like the pattern that the sci-fi armor skin has on heavy armor plates, as opposed to the light armor pattern. So I might add some armor plate greebling down here with heavy plates. That might work quite well. Right, we'll get these gyros set up. We will delete the old ones and the batteries. Because except for when the railgun is active, these things don't actually need a lot of power. They've generally only got a single ion thruster, struggling to do anything. Oh yeah, that's moved back a little bit. Yeah, it's moved back a little bit. Okay, let's give that a test, see how well that's going. As far as I know, there's no difference on small grid between heavy armor shapes. In weight there are, in mass there definitely is. They definitely are heavier. Yeah, you can see he's now leaning back a little bit. Balance control. We didn't name the beacon again, because I keep forgetting to do it. We'll just call it Zeke for now. Oh, And I think we have fallen over. Yep, we have fallen over. And there's not enough power in those gyros, is there? Oh, they've been active, that's why. Yeah, there's not enough power in those gyros from a lying position to stand it back up. That's a pain in the ass. Balance control. Zeke. There we go. We can see it self-correcting now. Well, he's walking better than he was. Because the friction has absolutely no effect on the blocks, as far as I'm aware, with the rotor mod, because if it was going to affect anything, it affected the rotor head itself, and that's got all sorts of stuff attached to it. Prototech. I've considered using the Prototech stuff for these designs, and I have been using Prototech stuff in some of the ideas I've been tinkering about with. I'm trying to make these as just a sort of like standard gameplay, vanilla as possible. Obviously it's got the rotor mod for the feet. Yeah, I've considered some of the Prototech stuff, but a lot of the Prototech stuff, the small grid stuff, like the batteries are actually like smaller and lighter than the standard batteries, and their power output's different. Okay, we're walking slightly better. And he's balancing. So I'm happy with that. I do think though, I need to first of all get rid of that so I can see what I'm doing again. I need to get a few more gyroscopes on this thing, so it's got a little bit more power. Now I can claim back some vertical space. Take that out. Yeah, and take that out, take that out. That'll leave that exposed, but we can cover that up. Won't look too bad. We've got corner block, What's that? That's a triangle block. I don't want to cut that out yet. Bring that back. Corner, corner, corner. Right, that's all reconnected. Then we could do another row. In fact, we could even go back further than that. Potentially add even more gyros. That. Take that off. Put an end block on it to make it look nice. Then we could add eight extra gyroscopes. And that will hopefully make the balance control a little bit stronger. What's that you're saying, Chad? With those adjustments, you can see Zeke walking as though it's digging its heels in. Yeah, like I said, it's the balancing act between using blocks and using suspension for feet. The suspensions are great because they actually generate friction, but they're really bouncy and springy. The armor blocks are not nearly as bouncy as springy, but they don't really generate friction unless you snag one of the corner sections of them onto the voxels. So you kind of need the feet to like tip back slightly with larger mechs, so they like dig in and actually bite onto something. Yeah, I don't really know what the actual answer is, other than kindly asking Keen to make an entirely new block, which I'm not sure what it would even do. I might even try sticking a suspension in, a regular suspension in with the wheels, and see if that makes any difference. So that's as strong as that's ever going to get. That's fine, but kind of not really. We could do with it being stronger, but can't really do that right now. Yeah. Let's change that though. So that can come out. The one above it can come out. No. Yeah, you know what? No. Let's just have that there. That off. Make it a T-block instead. And just stick two corner blocks there. And that's connected back up, and that's fine. Right. Oh, messages. What have you got there? With Fiat mechs, you can use wheels or just blocks. I'm wondering why you don't use mag pads. Oh, everybody asks that question. Mag plates are very hit and miss with how they interact with the voxels and how they lock down, and they've got a little bit of a delay in them as well. So if the delay in the landing gear or mag plates is out of sequence with your walk cycle or on a weird angle, see that delay, it can not catch at all on certain angles, or it can catch real slowly, and if your feet are pointing at weird angles, when they catch and the legs start moving, it can rip your mech to pieces if you're not careful. If there's too much force in the legs, which is why I don't use them. Because if it was instant, it'd be fine. But like you see there, if they're too high and there's too much force, they'll bounce and land on a weird angle like that. Now those two are both kind of alright. That one's absolutely fine, but if you get that kind of scenario while you're moving, stuff just goes boom. Unless you have a really slow and really heavy mech design, then they kind of work. But beyond that, they tend to be more hassle than they're worth. Right, that has been an hour and 40 minutes, so I need to take a quick bio break, and I need to go and make a fresh cup of tea, so I will just do the same thing I did last time, so the break isn't too boring. I will get Rex to follow me. I will just point myself in a random direction, and we'll see how far he gets in the 5 minutes that I'm gone. So I will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I will be back very soon. Right, I am back. How far did he make it? Oh, he nearly made it clean across the lake. Come on then, you can follow me back. Let's go all the way back again. What are these messages? They can lock onto the ground without actually touching the ground, so they can't take damage or wear out. And it has sticks to the ground. Yeah, that's also part of the problem. They can lock down like several inches above the ground, which means your feet won't be flat. And yeah, that can add to the clang problems of using landing gear. What's that? Changing to landing gear would likely require major walking programming overhaul. It certainly would, because you'd have to account for the delay in the landing gear locking down, and that would slow everything right down, and again, just cause problems. Because like I said in one of my last streams, I've tried using landing gear on some of my Tachikoma designs so that they can like climb up walls and climb up mountains, and it kind of works but mostly explodes, so I abandoned the idea after a while. Rogue mechs, yeah, rogue mechs are always good. Is this the mech equivalent of going out for milk? Pretty much. Mostly just going to grab myself another cup of tea. Okay, so I'm kind of mostly happy with how he walks. Oh, I know something that can add some extra mass to the back of this guy. On that top image, he's got these big cylindrical tubes. What's that? Programming overhaul was a part 2 to the first part I typed. Oh, was it? Right. Either way, using the landing gear would require a bit of screwing around with the walk cycle, so probably not something I'm going to do. But yeah, that reference image he's got, and some of the other reference images I've got, he's got these big, they almost look like missile launch tubes. Mounted on the back ends of here, so that will add a whole bunch of extra weight. So we could have a think about how we're going to design them. Let me grab another one of the pictures so I can have a closer look at them. There's a good one that's actually got them in shot. That one? I've already got that one. How will I suspend the canisters? Probably on some rotors, so that I can angle them. Because I don't think I'll be able to get a nice shape like that on an angle without them. Where's the picture with them on? Ah, they're all crap except for that one picture from behind. Yeah, they definitely look like some kind of missile launch tubes. Maybe we could turn them into weapons. But then again, we've already got plenty of weapons and we've already got a missile launcher, so I'll just make them cosmetic. I just need to get some more mass on here. Rotors. Right. So, there's at least 2. Well, there is 2 either side. And they look to be offset in that kind of way. The lower one is pitched slightly forward, and the rear one is slightly further back and higher. So, for now, I might just plonk that there. Actually, let's make sure to remotely sensible way around. One of them there. Oop, that's the wrong way around. Yeah, let's have them both like that. There should be one either side, like that. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, here's Rex. Let's turn him off. Oof. Close. Right, and then these tube things. Yeah, they're hanging off the back of him. They've got a bit of a taper in them. Yeah, I've got an idea. Also, it'll be a way of getting a bit more colour in here too. Let's try one of them there, like that, for the moment. That's a 45-degree angle, isn't it? So I'll just go with 45 degrees for now. Is there a heavy version of the round columns? Oh, you mean the interior block columns? I don't think so. There's only the one, as far as I know. You could add decoy blocks to the canisters. Ooh. The battery. I like the idea. I like the idea. The only issue is that distance from the floor, or where the floor would be, to where that's mounted is more than enough for blocks to get smashed to pieces when they drop. And I know this because when I designed my 4400 RTX 4400 gun tank, which it will probably not let me paste in, I built it with mine launchers and I made them out of heavy armour because they only have to drop that far off the back, and 9 times out of 10 that drop is enough for them to get smashed to pieces, including the warheads inside there, or the barrels inside that are wrapped in heavy armour, which was disappointing because I wanted to have mine launchers off the back of it like the actual RTR 4400 gun tank has, but apparently that distance is enough for it to smash to pieces, and this is taller. So I think if I try to deploy them as, like, emergency beacons, I get the feeling they just fall to the ground and smash to pieces. I can try it. I will definitely try it. But from previous experience, I don't think it's going to work. It's why I'm really, really, really eager for subgrids to become a thing in, well, and planets and gravity to become a thing in Space Engineers 2, because that 20 meter a second damage limiter it has will make things like that work. It'll also mean that mech feet won't get smashed to pieces as they're moving, because they've got a 20 meter a second damage limiter, and 20 meters a second is loads for the kind of velocities that mechs walk at. It's loads for ships as well, but it's absolutely more than enough for mech feet to not get smashed to pieces. So stuff like that will eventually be way more viable. Just gotta wait for SE2 to get to that point first, which I'm really eager about. Yeah, it's one of them. It's too far to drop without smashing, and a parachute at 20 feet, if that, won't really do much. It probably wouldn't even open properly in time before the thing hit the floor. Because I even tried that idea with the RTX. With those, I even tried putting parachutes on them, and it just doesn't open quick enough to provide enough uplift or drag rather, to stop it smashing, and it was really frustrating. Because that RTX design worked really, really well with damage off, and the right mods equipped. But it proper like launches the mines off the back of it, but they just smash to pieces on contact. Which was disappointing. I get the feeling this might be slightly too large. And again, might be a little bit too big because I'm not going to have the room to get another one in there. Let's try half blocks, and then maybe some of the cylinders poking out the bottom. Yeah, so we'll do that like that, and instead have it wrapped in half blocks. Will that work better? Yeah, but we're not going to get two of them in there. That bit would need to be a block thicker. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, essentially. Maybe we could widen that up, pad that out a bit. Oh, hey Tybor, how are you doing, man? What's that, Chad? Maybe if I activated the chutes to give it time to deploy before dropping. Potentially. Potentially. We can always give it a try. We need to figure out how to get it to all do that first. But yeah, we can definitely give it a try and see if that makes a difference. But first, I think I'm actually going to extend these back another block. And see if I can squeeze in a rotor there instead. Oh, that was too many. Take that out, take that out. Block. Nope, not there. Block there. Block there. New set of triangles. That row needs to come out. Square blocks. And then... oh yeah, that ends up meaning I need to extend that. You know what, I'm going to leave it with that edge there, because it looks quite nice. I do think that's going to be a little bit too fucking close, like, but... yeah, we'll see what happens. Try the rounded pieces first. Yeah. Oh, you mean the round blocks? Yeah, I think I'm going to have the same problem. They're going to be too big for what I want to do here. But the... where are they? They will work quite nicely. So it kind of looks something like that. But that section's a little bit more extended, so we'll bring that out a bit. I just want to see if I can actually fit 2 by 2 side by side first before I go too far with what the actual shape of them is going to be. But I'll end up building the thing and going, oh, the whole thing's too big and I need to redesign everything. So let's copy that, paste that onto there. That's now at 45 degrees. I won't be able to paste that on properly because of roadhead. Oh, that could do with coming out a bit. Oh, I think these might actually fit side by side. Oh wait, there we go. Flat ones. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How many triangles? Yeah, they are alright. Why is that on a weird angle? Oh, because I never straightened it out to 45. There we go. That kind of fits nicer. That's not going to scrub. Oh, for the canisters. Yeah. Yeah, because they've got like a big chunky bit at the top, and they've got and then they taper off a bit, and they get skinny towards the back, which will only be one block, but I don't want to use a square. So, yeah, I think I'll make them a block longer, at least, either side. Oh, yeah, that's the right one, what am I doing? Then we will make it match all the others. Yeah, and then we'll do the same here, and then we'll extend the whole thing out with these cylindrical tubes. Something like that. Where are the tubes? There they are. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like that. So then there's going to be an orange band through the middle of there. Yeah, we'll go with 30. That'll be alright. Go with that. That's the wrong button. Yeah, something like that. And then, once we've got the shape of this thing worked out, we can figure out how to turn it into some kind of decoy system. Because I do genuinely like that idea. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, then it can be something like that. And then the top of it is hollowed out. What should be my next project? I'm on a bit of a Metal Gear kick at the minute, because I just am. I figured out how to do one well, so I'm going to stick with them for a bit. So I've been looking through some of the different Metal Gear designs. I've been looking at Ray, I've been looking at that one with the stupid name that's really hard to pronounce, that's got like 1 million letters in it. I think it might be a Greek name, or something like that. I've also been looking at Peace Walker as well, because that's a really cool mech. Probably, its next thing is probably going to be a Metal Gear thing again. I'm also kind of waiting for the new update to come out before I publish anything, because I guarantee the new update is going to have something in it that I'm going to want to use on these mechs, because that's what happens every time I start doing something like this. I will work out a new way of doing something, or some weird new system. Then a new update will come out, and the new update will revolutionise everything and make all of my hard work irrelevant. And a new way of doing it much, much easier. Like when they added the set velocity and set angle features in the contact update. I was literally in the middle of working out a way of doing that sort of thing with event controllers, and it was all complicated and confusing. And just as I'd pretty much figured it out, they released a new feature that made it all irrelevant and super easy to do what I was doing. So I had to start again with a few projects. So I'm waiting for the new update to come out before I publish any of this new stuff, because I don't want to put it on Steam and Mod.io and then immediately go, I need to redo loads of stuff. I could make that so much better. So yeah, all sorts of stuff. Hey Dark Matter, how you doing, man? I mean, feel free to suggest things. There's a few people that have mentioned things in the comment sections of my videos and gone, ooh, this looks like that mech from this series, and I've gone, I have no idea what that is. And then I've gone and looked it up and gone, that's got some really cool robots in it. I might have to find out more. Like 86 actually. I've still never watched the anime, but a few people have commented that some of my spider mechs remind them of things from 86, so I went and had a look at what it was, and then went, oh cool, that's got lots of really interesting robots in it. If only there was a round merge block, you could place one as the end of the interior columns. Yeah, that would be nice. Some more round things would be nice. But yeah, a round merge block would be perfect for something like that, because you could just drop it off the end. Because my worry is these things are only made of interior plates, or mostly interior plate. Yeah, mostly interior plate and construction components, and not very many of them. So my concern is they will be very fragile. But if they drop and take most of the damage and most of the impact, the beacon's up here somewhere, and that might be slightly beneficial. Beacon, decoy. That's a point. I never ever use decoys, so they are not going to be on my toolbar anywhere. And they only come in large grid. That's annoying. I'd like a small grid version of the thrust decoys because they look cool. They don't have any particular way round, do they? Yeah, I've got slightly different faces though. Ooh, I like that one. Go with that one. So if we take that out of there, pop decoy in the end of them, we do actually need to build some more on the other side. So let's copy one of them. Drop it on the ground, because it is never going to let me put it in place with all of this stuff in the way. Take all that off. Copy that from there. Oh yeah, we need to set these up, don't we? So the others are 45. These could be minus 45. Oh, hey Tabor, what you're saying? You found the mod block on the workshop. A pulley rotor for cranes. That's interesting. I might have to have a look for that. If you've got a link for that, please leave one in the comments so I can go and find that later. That sounds really interesting. I do like mechanical mods. I've got a great mod called the Mechanical Expansion mod, I think, that adds loads of cool small grid rotors and hinges and pistons, like 1 meter pistons and side mounted hinges and side mounted rotors and stuff. Yes, it will also need a battery as well. Thank you for reminding me of that. We will find somewhere to stick a battery in too. Right, we can probably sneak a battery in the back of it there. Potentially that's going to take all the impact. That's the connection point, so I don't really want to delete that, and I want to have the little gap in the front. Yeah, we can stick a small grid battery in there, that should be fine. Right, so that's at 45 degrees. That can now be got minus 45. There we go. You're not going to let me do it, are you? You're going to be a dick about it. Nope. Cool. Sweet. Oh, nice. Actually, let me paste them in. It's a modded piston. Yeah. Looks cool. Oh, it's got steel cables and stuff on it. Yeah, even if it's modded, if it's got an interesting visual aesthetic. That's still quite cool. Right, so let's put these bits back. Oh yeah, while they're open, let's get a small battery in there. High voltage. I'll have that at the back. So do that and that. And we will do the same thing on the other side. And we get in there nicely. There we go. Dum dum dum. There we go. That's that. Sweet. Right. That needs to be out all the way, so it's got a bit of room to breathe. So does that. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Right, that can go off. That can go there. That can go there. And they look kind of cool. Right, what has that done to our centre of mass? Not a whole lot, but it is much closer to the centre of those hips and much further down. So it was floating in midair up here earlier. So that is definitely a significant improvement. What is the smoothest looking walk cycle I've made so far? The smoothest walk cycles I've made so far are probably these guys. Rex works surprisingly well for the amount that I was struggling with him when I first tried to design him. The Mao mechs that I've been working on as well, their walk cycles pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Because a lot of it's just getting like all the subtle little tweaks in so that it all runs quite smoothly. And I'm actually quite happy with how smooth Metal Gear Rex's walk cycle is. Doesn't do a lot of clanging, he doesn't do a lot of bouncing. You can see his feet contact the floor, and he doesn't leap 6 feet in the air, and he actually creates drag. That's because I've done a lot of tweaking to it, and that might be part of the problem with Zeke. I might need to do a bit more tweaking to get it all a bit more fluid, because you can have too much force and too much velocity, and that'll be causing part of the bouncing, whereas if I slow it down a little bit and give it a little less force, it might calm things down and create less bouncing. Oh, hey Windfall, how are you doing? Oh, decoy's still working. It feels to me that decoys don't work. It's entirely possible they might be broken. I rarely use them myself, so I'm not entirely sure. I mean, if they are broken and the decoys don't work, we can just turn them into warheads instead and make these things little mines that drop down behind us if there's someone attacking us. Yeah, right, so let's do a little dummy test. Let him settle down. Oh crap, I need to set the balance system up, otherwise he's going to tip backwards, because we've put lots of weight on the back of him now. Oh. Yeah, I also need to actually turn everything on first. So I keep doing that after the fact. That needs to be on and playing for a start. That needs to be on in the first place. Just call that Zeke for a minute. Right, now we can copy and paste it. Yeah, again with the balancing act, I think now that I've made his feet a bit smaller, he's leaning too far back. Ooh. Bouncy. But with the much longer back ends of his feet, he wasn't getting a decent grip on the floor. And he will just spin in circles now, because when you paste a grid in, that is using a relative waypoint, it will just default to something random, and he will do circles like that towards whatever thing it was. Usually the last, yeah, it'll be that one, the last static signal it had. Let me just change it to that. And there we go, we are looking at our own beacon again. How was that? Oh, that's the wheels on that tweaking. Yeah, he's not doing too bad now. I think his feet actually might be pitching back too far, so we might be able to correct that now. But he's actually getting purchase. Mostly. We're curious why Rex works better, but that's not what I wanted to test right now. I wanted to test whether these are going to smash to pieces. Ah, that didn't actually... Maybe they've improved the block damage since I last tried that idea out, because that I was expecting that to break quite considerably more than that. More like that. That's what I was expecting. But that took all the impact. And that is alive, and so is the battery. Yeah, it's very, very hit and miss sometimes whether it explodes or not. This is the problem I had with those mines. Okay, well, 3 out of 4 not smashing to pieces is a pretty good result. I think this idea might possibly work. What's that, Chad, you're saying? From what you've heard in several of the channels, decoys work for turrets, but a drone with a fixed weapon is not fooled by them. Oh well. At least they work with something. As long as some weapons use them. Because most... because the drones, yeah, that'll be an issue, but most bases and large grid things tend to only use... well, tend to only have turreted weapons available to them. There aren't many fixed large grid weapons. And the large grid fixed weapons they are enough of a problem in and of themselves that I wouldn't really be worried about using a decoy to try and deflect them. I'd just try and get away from them in general. Yeah, that kind of works. That actually kind of works. Right, let's test that again before I do a little bit more. Let's quickly turn damage back off again. I'll paste it in and drop it down to the floor. Get rid of that. Drop you down. You're gonna spin like a ballerina until I sort out your control, which is that one. Yes, that's the one. Now, turn the damage back on. Oh yes, walking drop test, that's a good idea. We'll do that. We will do that. Yeah, because that was another issue with the RTX 4400. When I was driving at like 30 meters a second and then tried to drop the mines off the back, they would just smash to pieces before the warhead even had a chance to explode. Rotors, random rotors. It's these ones at the back, isn't it? Let's just call them all decoy rotor for now. So they are easy to find. And we'll just stick them in there for now. Decoy rotors. We've got a detach button. There we go. Oh yeah, we need to boost the turning strength as well at some point, if we can. So, the foot pads mostly keep the feet safe. And as we're walking along, that can drop like that. Not that graceful right now, but not great deal we can do. Did I turn damage off? No, I didn't, because I'm an idiot. Wondered why nothing bad happened then. Try that again. Oh yeah. Yeah, whatever. I want to turn damage mode back on and off again. It's annoying sometimes. Balance, control. That one. Right. You're all level now? You're all happy? Right, it's just going to be those ones, isn't it? I can't be asked renaming them again, so we'll just do detach, 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 and detach. Alright, and damage is off. Oh, damage is on rather, because we smashed the mag stand to pieces. Pick up some speed, get the AI to balance itself out. Oh. Yeah, that one just free falls and... Oh, broken. You can see. They kind of work. Yeah, because that decoy is now smashed to bits. There's the problem I had last time. And wrapping in heavy armour only made them fall harder because of the extra mass. Yeah, 3 out of 4 kind of works. I mean, we can make them functional. I was intending to mostly just make them cosmetic, but... right, damage back off before we do anything daft. Yeah, dropping the decoys while walking will add more risk than taking damage because of the catching on the legs. Yeah, they may have to be a deploy when stationary kind of thing, rather than when walking, because that leg pitches back far enough to catch them both. And also adds extra velocity. But they do kind of sort of work. Like I said, I wasn't intending to make them cosmetic originally, but if we can make them functional, cool. If they're not really functional, they still end up being mostly cosmetic, then it's no massive loss as far as I'm concerned. Put something like that in there, then... Oh, don't say I've put one of those decoys the wrong way around. That's going to annoy the crap out of me. Where's that one? Yeah, it's that way, isn't it? I wanted that bit poking out. Have I done it over here? The wrong way, obviously. Yeah, we'll just work on the premise that these things actually do what they're supposed to. And then set up some controls for them to launch them a little bit easier. You can add an ion or atmo thruster to throw the decoy away. But just leaving on the sides or dropping them. Yeah. a thruster to push it away. The only place I could really put it is somewhere that will cause damage as it launches away. Because I have thought about that with the mine launcher as well. And what it ended up doing was cooking all of these blocks here as it takes off. Because depending whether you've got thruster damage on or not, it can cook things. Oh, I forgot to put those blocks in. One of the issues I found with adding the thrusters was they work great for pushing the decoys away from the main unit, or the mines, or whatever it was that I was building. But in turn, they added extra velocity, and ended up hitting the ground harder. Because you can't really set a thrust override with event controllers or timers properly. It's very loose. And turning on and off, yeah, it kind of worked, but kind of didn't. It helped create space, but it just ended up hitting the floor harder. Which was kind of annoying. Right, let's name this stuff then. Because we can... Yeah, so we can fill out that back wall in the pilot seat with the controls for these things. So that can be 02. And I'll probably set up 4 separate buttons. Yeah. So they can all be launched or deployed individually. Bump R0 1. Zero 2. What else do I need to do? There's a rotor and there's a battery in each one. Decoy, rotor, L01. Copy that. Copy button, copy, paste, thank you. That's the one, L02. Add a small piece of heavy armor panel to the bottom of the decoys to make them fall with the stick down. Oh, actually, yeah. We like counterbalance it with a heavy armor block. Yes. Yeah. Might try that idea. For now, how much do they weigh? 60 kilos. Yeah, for now, we'll stick a half block on the end of each of these. Doesn't look amazing, but we'll see if it makes a difference. And then maybe we can find something else that's heavy that looks nicer to do the same thing. It doesn't look that bad, but... So, we did the 2 left rotors, we need to do the 2 right ones. I also need to put a bunch of broadcast controllers in here too. Because I want the mech to send signals telling us what everything does, because Metal Gear Rex can. So decoy rotor, Rotoro, I do that every time. Rotor R01. Copy it properly. There we go. R02. Decoy, batteries. That's what we need to rename next. Battery. 2, and then we can do... Go. L02. The piles and plates, you can hide the quarter block. Yeah, we can probably do something like that to hide it. I mean, I might even... possibly do something like that on the end. Or you could do... Yeah. You know what, I actually quite like that. We'll go with that for now. We'll see if it makes any difference whatsoever. Probably not, but... I do. Never know. Yeah, because his centre of mass is now over the back of his feet because I chopped off a block. Yeah. Right, so... Oh, am I missing a block there? Oh, just an illusion. Right, so we've got all them, we've got all that. Probably do with adding some kind of lighting to indicate when it's active and when it's inactive, because I'm going to want an on-off switch for this stuff. So I might use some lights. Right button eventually. Yeah, they do look like they do kind of look like the little bottles you get in hotels and on planes. You're right. I mean, that light's probably going to get smacked to pieces anyway when it deploys, but as long as it turns the thing on. Decoy, active, light. L02. What can we do with that? Let's just, for now, make them green. Bum 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 bum. Think as well, because why not? Yeah, we'll have them do that. That way we know they are switched on. I'm going to try and use those light switches as the on-off button. As you can actually just about, or at least you could do last time I tried it, you can have an event controller trigger actions on blocks, on subgrids, and have a detach action in there at the same time. Because there's a little bit of a delay. So, in theory, last time I tried it, like I did with the RTX, I can activate these beacons and batteries and lights and things as they're being detached. Right, so that's all of them. Right, number 2, right, number 1, do. Right, cool, so... Hey... What space have we got left in here? That we're going to use for AI control. That's cannons, that's that, that's that, that's that, that's that. That's more AI control. We've got loads of room behind us, so let's put some event controllers in here. I have 4 of them across the back. Roll a decoy. Oop, I need to do that. Decoy L01. That would be 2. That can be right number 1. And that can be right number 2. R02. Decoys. Right, so... block switched on and off. Decoy lights. Yeah, because we can use the light on the decoy itself to activate the detach function, because there's a slight ticks difference between this light activating and then it triggering a response. So when that turns on, decoy L01, we can set that to enable auto, because I'm going to have them set to recharge by default, so they've got plenty of power in them, and they're not being used as a power source for the mech in general. And then we can turn the decoy block on. And then finally, we can... Where's it gone? And then finally, in that list, we can detach the rotor head. So, let's turn all of that stuff off. Let's turn all of those lights off. Let's put all the batteries on recharge. Turn all the decoys off. Copy that. Damage is definitely off again. End up smashing things to pieces. That can come out. So bouncy. It's a pain in the arse to do this every single time. There we go. Self-correcting a bit better now we've got the extra gyros. There we go. Right, so that is all off. That is on recharge. The decoys are off. We've got that light there. We turn the lights down a bit so we can see better. Hit that button. It turns on the decoy light. It turns on the decoy itself. And it sets the battery to auto, so it is outputting. And it basically works like that. And then it is launched and it is self-sustaining. And all these other ones are just inert and on recharge, not doing anything. Yeah, that kind of pretty much works how I wanted it to. At least in that respect. The smashing itself to pieces issue is another problem altogether, but that worked basically how I wanted it to. So then we can just set all the others up the same. So that'll be block switched on and off, not integrity, it's on and off. That'll be block switched on and off, and so will that. Decoy lights. Okay. Decoy active. There we go, that'll do. The decoys now sort of look like... Oh, sorry, that was a comment before. Radiation, be right back. Yeah, no worries, man. It's, what, 2 hours, 47 minutes in? I'm probably going to do... Well, I'm going to do at least another hour, so... There's no rush. You've got to do what you got to do, man. So I'll have that set L02, and that'll do the same thing, decoy L02. So that will turn on the battery, turn on the decoy, and detach the rotor. That could be that, and decoy R01, same thing again. Auto, on, detach. Oh god, yeah, I would love to be able to do things like that. That's why I really, really wish you could have vanilla small grid welders that worked properly. One of my biggest gripes with the conveyor system in this game is the arbitrary difference between what fits through a 3x3 tube and what fits through a 1x1 tube. Honestly, I don't think the game needs that feature. It seems arbitrarily restrictive. Because it means you can't have 1x1 small grid tools, really. The drills would work in 1x1 because you can pump ore through any size of tube, but the grinders and welders have issues with component sizes. Because I've built self-replicating missile systems. I've built one in fact I've built 2 in Mechyard Survival that use Azimuth's Tiny Welder mod, or Tiny Tools mod. And they work really well. Because that mod also changes components to fit through any size of tube, so they can do what they're supposed to. But beyond that, it's a pain in the arse making compact welders. There's basically no such thing. Right, decoy light R02, decoy R02. We can have that turn on, we can have that turn on, and we can have that detach. There's a few other things I'm pretty sure I've forgotten to tweak. No, that's fine again. I did them before. They're okay. Yeah, I might need to turn them down a bit, but... Oh... yeah. The... warp cycle, I was actually... Where is it? I was going to put that rear action on the feet back to what it was originally. So I think the feet are pitching back too much now when it walks. So that should be -7. I think. Yeah, it was -7. Leg hinge R0. Yeah, that's back to how it was. Okay. Alright, so then we've got... gravity going a bit weird. So we've got those controls, and then because I hate just having random lights and LCDs and things on the toolbar, I'm going to put in some timers to be the on-off buttons for the decoys. So that can just be decoy L01. That can be L02. And then if we need to disable the decoy system, we can just turn these timers off so they can't be triggered. Whereas there's no way of turning the system on when it's just triggered by a light. Because if you play with that light, you activate the system or deactivate it. So do it like that. So then these timers can literally just be, let's spell decoy correctly, these lights turning on and off. It doesn't even need that because it's a one-way thing. It's only ever going to be deployed, so it may as well just be block on. There ain't going to be a way of reattaching them. Then we take those and we can make a group for it. Metal Gear Zeke Mark 1 Decoy System. Just call the group that for now. Oh, hey, Great Noel. How are you doing, man? Here to say hello. Now I've got proof. Need to get some sleep before work. Oh, no worries, man. I'm sorry that the time difference is incompatible with your sleep pattern or work pattern. But thanks for dropping by, man. Thanks for being a member as always. And yeah, hopefully you can catch us next time, or the stream will be on my channel as always to watch back later, so you can always watch it back at your leisure. Right, so decoy system. That's all going to be AI. That's head controls, weapons, 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 weapons. Rear camera. Let's put decoy stuff at the back. Hey, someone. No worries, dude. I'll be on for at least another hour, so there's plenty to still see. I still want to try and set up some AI controls. I've got totally distracted by this idea. So we're going to have the decoy controls here, I think. Because I like to try and keep my control setups down to groups of 4, because that 5th block screws me up when I try and make Xbox or PlayStation control pad compatible control schemes, because the console UI is in groups of 4. So I want to be able to activate and deactivate the system, but then there'll be a 3-block gap And then there'll be a trigger. No, not that one. Trigger, trigger, and trigger. All of them. Oh, what can we have in the 3-block gap? Might end up having something different altogether. That might end up being something separate. There's not much I really need to affect with a decoy. When I was using a warhead system, I had a timer control so I could increase and decrease the warhead timers and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Figure something else out later. Oh no, man, no. I'm on for at least another hour or so. I usually do about 4-hour blocks for my streams. Sometimes I go under a little bit, sometimes I go way over, but I usually aim for about 4 hours. And we're only just coming upon 3, so there's at least another hour of this left yet. Right. Let's give that a little dummy test. We need to put it down. And then we need to change the balance control again, because it will always default to something to the last static waypoint that it remembers. There we go. We are now aligning with ourself. Cool. Wow, I've put a lot of controls in here. I haven't got any more pages left. I didn't realise I was on page 9. Oh yeah, because I've got the head and the weapons on the head as separate things. So, yeah. Well, looks like I'm not getting any more toolbar controls in this thing. The decoy system is going to have to be the last system. What are you doing, like? Are you being weird? Okay, resetting those legs back to something a little bit more normal. Does seem to be walking considerably better now than he was. I think part of the issue is he's taller than Rex, is the way I've built his legs. So his centre of mass is a little bit higher and wobbling around a bit much, whereas Rex is a bit more squat. Anyway, let's try out these decoys. So that's number 1. That just plummets into the back of your legs. That's number 2. That's number 3. That's number 4. The extra weight on the end did seem to do a little bit. Yeah, he is walking better now. Oh, there we go. Wine bottles for delivery. Yeah, sort of. Zeke has these little pod things on the on his arse end, and we decided collectively that they should probably be like little decoys that you can launch. Right, that was a damage off test. Let's do a damage on test and see what that's like. Yeah, because we collectively sort of decided they should be little decoys. The only problem is the height they are dropping from isn't too great for small grid blocks. They kind of get damaged dropping from that height, which is a bit annoying. There we go. That's the correct one. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, I still need to tweak the turn control so we can turn faster. Right, so, dum 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 dum. I should have gone the other way. It's right at the end. Damage back on. Launching number 1. That wasn't too bad. Why is his leg doing that? We move away a little bit. The damage is definitely on. Launching number 2, slightly higher up. That wasn't too bad. Launching number 3. Launch number 4 right on top of it. Okay, that seemed to be a little bit better. I think that suggestion of putting a bit of heavy armour on the bottom of that has actually made a little bit of difference. Nothing seems damaged there. We definitely turned damage off, damage back on, rather. Yeah, I think that's made a bit of difference. Because we're not going very fast. We're stationary when we drop them, so it's not racking up too much momentum, which is the problem with my mine launcher on the RTX 4400. That did not like doing the same thing at 30 meters a second. Yeah. Okay. That kind of works. I'm pretty happy with that. And that system kind of works. So I'm going to leave that where it is for now, and I'm actually going to have a think about... I think the decoys will be fine. They'll get blown to hell anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason for existing. I just want the decoys to survive the fall, basically, and actually land on the floor. But that seems like it works, mostly, so yeah. We'll go with that as the working idea for now. And next thing, I want to actually set up some AI controls so this thing can walk around on its own. What did we do with Metal Gear Rex when it came to the AI controls? That's all that. Let's just set up guard mode for now. It'll make things easier. Thought it would have done. Oh, yeah, just type in guard. There we go. So we've got a sign triggering a controller. Well, actually, we've got a timer triggering a sign triggering a controller. That does walk start, trigger, walk reset on, walk start off, walk reset trigger, walk reset off, walk start on, guard mode, AI controls, head control. Oh yeah. Because I wanted... Oh no, that wouldn't be too bad because I don't need to do that for this one. That was a failsafe to activate Rex's head without triggering weapons. Head active, control. Right. That is a lot of stuff to remember. So, I'm going to try and take a few pictures on my phone to make it a little bit easier for myself. Wow, wrong thing. God, there we go, that makes life easier. I can see stuff better. Just wondering, will you maybe launch a test fight between the two of them? I certainly can. And see how they work out with each other. Let me just grab some photographs of this stupidly convoluted thing that I've done. I might be able to refine it and make more sense of it in Zeke. Oh yeah, and broadcast controllers. Need to get broadcast controllers in there somewhere. Yeah, right, that's all the things. Like 9 pages. Ugh. Right, okay. Let's take that stuff. Oop, ow. Over here. Oh, quickly. Before I go and do something else. What were those groups comprised of? So there was an AI guard group. Which is that. Let's type in AI guard. Defense. Oh, I don't think I built a defense block. Actually, got defense block, guard block, move block, on. Well, okay. Right. Probably going to be time to start naming some of this stuff properly. Well, while we're at it, that's got the wrong model designation. It's Rex. It's Zeke, not Rex. AI guard movement, and I haven't built a defense block yet because I need a defense block on a separate subgrid from the rest of the AI blocks. I was going to build it in the middle of there just for laughs, wasn't I? That was what I came up with last time. Oh yeah, because I left a big hole in here. Why not have the defensive block stored inside the head? That there, that there. There's the AI blocks. There they are. Defense block. And we'll just stick that like... Oh. Helps when you put that block in the right place to begin with. Oh yeah, because that's offset. Idiot. There we go. Do you think I could make the blade-looking toes on Zeke? It seems those toes are connected to the car. Oh crap, I've left that picture up for ages, haven't I? Oh, the little spiky bits on the front. Yes, what I was planning to do actually, sorry I left that picture up there for so long, is I was planning to do something similar to what I did on Rex, because he has a similar thing. He's got some like spiky, pistony looking things here, so I just used some button stands to do that. And I'm probably going to do a similar thing over here, one way or another. I'll figure that out in a bit. I might actually see if I can mount them on hinges and angle them out just for a laugh. But yeah, we've got that defense block there. So that's the Metal Gear Zeke AI unit fence. I better have it set up like that. That can target characters. All of that can get switched off even though it's not ever going to be used. Maybe out of half panels. Yeah, there's loads of different ways. In fact, I could use some of the sloped half panels maybe. There's all sorts of solutions in this game. There's all kinds of workarounds for things you can do. So right, we've got the AI defense block up there now. Because I discovered quite a while on a stream that you can use the defensive blocks as essentially an automated system for activating and deactivating your defenses. Because if you have them set to the same, if you have it built on the same grid as the rest of the AI blocks, the offensive block will always override the defense block and turn its AI off. And then when the offensive block stops targeting stuff, it doesn't do the courteous thing of turning the defense block back on. It just turns itself off and leaves it at that. Whereas if you have the defensive block on a separate subgrid, it still responds to the same stimulus, but because of the separation of grids, the offensive block can't mess with it. Which comes in quite handy. Right, so we've done that. We are going to need bits and pieces. What have we got here? Rockets on. Camera on. We made all of those weapons. They are cockpit displays that turn on when we get in. We need somewhere to put a screen, an LCD or something to trigger the AI controls. I might see if I can get a... Oh, I didn't need to do that. Get some holographic controls there. I could have overlays there, I didn't realise I had that space, but I don't want them there just yet. And also don't want to accidentally cut out the wrong thing, so let's do that carefully. There we go. So, that can just be guard mode sign for now, what with a better name later. Guard mode sign. Roll mode sign. Right, so what things do I need to set up? Let's do guard mode first. We've got a sign. We need a group for the defensive, the guard task block, and the movement block. So I'll make a group called that. Over here, those are done. So I'll put the tag on them, so that's correct. And then we needed... Let's type in guard. We've got a sign, we've got a group, we've got that. We need to name these controllers and these timers. That's what we need to name, because I left them there specifically for this. On, off. That can be patrol mode, because there'll be another task block set to autopilot, so you can program in patrol routes. It's usually pretty good at following them. And then that timer is going to be the trigger for everything, so that can just be guard mode for now. That can be patrol mode. Right, so that's looking a bit more sensible. We've got a guard mode group. We've got that, so that timer is going to turn that hollow LCD on and off. That hollow LCD, let's set that up so it looks pretty. We'll have text and images. No worries, Radiation. You go to bed, man. You have your good night's sleep. Thank you for watching, and thank you for dropping by, and thank you for being active in the chat and actually saying stuff and not just lurking. Yeah, cheers, man. No worries, dude. I mean, I'm probably going to go to bed after this stream, to be honest. It'll be quite late by the time it's finished. At least for me it will. Guard mode. So, text and images. We'll start with size 2 text for now. We will type guard mode online. That's actually still quite small. Let's give it size 3. And then we will not make it that colour, we'll make it... Oh yeah, we'll make it the same colour that I usually make everything else, because it actually works quite nicely with... Where is it? The Trinity background. Or at least I think it's a nice colour scheme. Centre, and then we'll bring that... Yeah, I'll make that 22. Go. Actually, a little bit further. 23. Right, that can be the switch. So, that sign is going to trigger this event controller. It's like, you're not saying it's bad, but the mental visualization of the Space Engineers robot having some sort of Dragon Ball power-up scene is just hilarious. Yeah. Oh, hey, Tyler Bowmeister. I am planning to build some bigger robots in Mechyard. I might have to change a few things in Mechyard, because that base is getting real big and real complex, and the sim speed and frame rate are chugging a bit in certain places. So I might have to redesign and strip some stuff back, and probably actually clear out a bunch of enemy bases, get some of my frame rates back. But I have done robots with transforming type stuff. Well, not really transforming, but movement type stuff in the back. In fact, actually. Well, the game... Let me spawn this in. Yes, it will. This is a Gundam design I was working on a while back. This is one of my... Is it going to spawn? One of my first attempts at building a Gundam. He is totally out of proportion. His legs are far too short and far too skinny. But this guy I was working on, as you can see, when event controllers first became a thing. And I did a lot of screwing around with event controllers to see what I could get away with. And I do need to come back to this at some point. There we go. Hopefully these controls still work. There we go. There we go. That still works, sort of. And then he's got an AI-controlled arm then, with a big projected blade that basically does nothing because it's a projection, but it looks cool. And then the whole thing can retract, and it can stick it back. And there's another one for the other side. Oh shit, damage is still on. Just smashed his feet to pieces. And now he's doing a Michael Jackson tiptoes. Right, you can go. Damage. Off. Damn, I was trying not to screw up the voxels over here too much. Ah well. What's that? Maybe do more friendly turrets and around the base and have a few more mechs roaming around. You love seeing them all just walking around the background. Yeah, that's an absolute, you're right, Chad, it's an absolute zero damage blade. It was just a projection of some of the interior tubes. I have been working on a quote-unquote plasma blade mod. It's just a modded thruster. It doesn't work amazingly well, but I could adjust the length of the blade to be long enough for a Gundam like that. But anyway, before I started fiddling about with old designs, I needed to do the rest of this. I want to get this thing following me around properly before the end of the stream. Oh yeah, the RX-78, I think it is. It does look cool. It's totally out of proportion because it was my first attempt at doing a Gundam. So it was a bit wonky. The original design I had was like 10 times the size and got stupidly heavy, so I had to scale it down a bit, so I tried to add too much detail. And I also tried to make that design a little bit more accurate and give him longer legs, and then his whole centre of mass got thrown off and he just started tipping over all the time. I hadn't worked out the balance control system that I use now yet, so yeah, as the design I'm going to come back to eventually, or just rebuild from scratch and use that as a template. Right, so we need to set up this. So guard mode sign is the trigger, and then when that turns on and off, complicated controls that we had before. Oh, what stupid convoluted thing did I do? Right, walk start needs to be triggered. And then walk reset needs to be turned on, apparently, for what reason, I can't quite remember. I'm sure it'll become apparent when I try to use him, and it all goes wrong. Right, and then walk start wants to turn off. Triggering itself and then starting itself. And then the next one is walk reset triggering. Oh, right, yeah, I get what I was doing. And then that last one is walk reset off. Yeah, I get it. And then walk start. Walk. Yes, walk start. On. Yeah. Yeah, right, that's all making sense. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Then we've got the AI block groups. So we need to turn the AI blocks. Oops. Oh. Idiot. What was that? That was a walk. Reset off. Walk reset off, walk start on. Right, next page. There we go. Guard mode. Hey, Bobsy. Gotta get the snake. There was a Star Wars Transformers crossover in the 90s. You still got your Vader that turned into his own. Oh! I might have had some of them. I do remember those. I did have a lot of old Transformers toys when I was a kid in the 90s. Either I had one or someone I knew had one. I think it was actually probably somebody I knew that had one. I do remember the old Star Wars Transformer crossovers. There was a lot of Transformer crossovers. Right, so this is going to be AI blocks on and off, and then AI behavior on and off. And then after that, it was, oh yeah, the head sign turning on. Because we want the head to turn on. So it can actually look around and look a little bit more alive when it's moving. Weapon systems. Have I made a group for weapon systems? There's a couple of groups that I need to look at on Rex, but I'm not sure what they do. Let's have a look. Last couple of pages of his AI guard block. What were they doing? Where is it? There it is. Yeah, head control on and off. That's easy enough. Weapon systems. Oh, yeah, I don't need that on Zeke because his head's set up differently. Weapon systems. Oh, right. Yeah, I know what that is. That makes sense. Control mode control. What is that? What's in that group? They were neat. I was born in 82. Your mom gets your 7-year-old 90s style toys because they're better. Yeah, I agree with you, Mom. Yeah, I was born in 86, so I'm sort of the same generation. The listings on the left-right slots. Oh, in the in the event controllers. That might be build vision. Because I've got build vision and build info on here, and that makes little tweaks and adjustments to the HUD. So if it looks slightly different, it might be that. Right, I was looking for this patrol. What was it? What was it called? Patrol mode. Patrol mode. What's in that? 3 blocks. Oh, right. Yeah. And it's a group for the things that control. Yeah, it's just all the things that turn it on. Right, yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. Right, so that's what that is. Back over here. Let's see what I'm doing better. Online displays. We need to make a group for all of these weapons. Autocannons, Gatling gun, head, rail, camera, rockets. Metal Gear, Zeke. Weapon systems. There we go. Yeah, I think it's, oh, you mean the grayed out things and that? Yeah, I think it's, one of the features of build vision. I've been using build vision for so long that, I forget how bare bones the vanilla UI is a lot of the time. Like, when I'm playing a game that hasn't got build vision, I immediately go, oh god, where's all the information? So it's a really handy mod to have. Alright, so we've got the weapon system group. Hopefully these AI controls will work in a minute. So where are we up to? AI guard on and off. Head control. So yeah, head on. Because the defensive block will trigger the rest of the weapons if they need to be triggered. Whereas the weapon systems off will turn everything off when we deactivate patrol mode. So, head sign, weapons off. What was the next one? Patrol mode control. And then broadcast controller. Well, we haven't built either of them yet, so that's not an issue. We'll just leave the last couple of pages blank. Right, let's check to make sure these are doing what they're supposed to be doing. 20 meters, that's a bit close. Make it 30. It's following me. 10 meters a second's fine. 0, 0, 0, and align to planetary gravity is fine. Back on charge. Right, okay. That might potentially work. So where was I going to put those? I was going to put those controls here. So that can trigger there. Let's turn that off. Turn that on. That's turned on the head control. Turned on the walk control. Now I'm 30 meters away, it's trying to follow me. As I put those vertical thrusters on it earlier, it can actually follow me at that height. And now I'm close up to it, within 20 meters, it stops. There you go. Yeah, if I cut out those vertical thrusters, like I've just done, by mistake, the AI can follow me, but when I'm too high up from him, he can sometimes get confused. Well, he's not doing too bad. They can sometimes get confused when you get to different elevations, which is why I use the dud thrusters. I seem to be struggling that hard, but I'm going to put them back in place anyway. There they are. AI thruster. Like I said, it doesn't need to actually be connected to anything. It just needs to be switched on so that the AI blocks think that they can control it. Why is your leg stopped like that? Right. Well, let's... in fact, actually... let's see what happens when I then turn that off. There we go. Everything resets back to where it should be. Turn it on, it all kicks in, AI activates. Turn it off, resets, returns back to default position. Groovy. That's what I was hoping for. Drop him there. Chop him down. Redo his balance control again. And it will be that one. There we go. We have leveled out. For now. Just to test him, I'm going to stick that on there. There we go, that's triggered. Oh, he's doing weird things with his legs. Oh, hang on. The turn controls are still active, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I need to account for that on this design. Because the turn controls for Rex are built into his face, so they don't conflict with the AI blocks that are on the main grid in here. Right, okay. We need to turn off the turn controls. Smeg. That means we need to turn off the reverse warp controls as well. Okay, so everything turn needs to get switched off when the AI activates. Sound. Yes, someone. It was dancing, because the left and right thrusters were trying to maneuver itself left and right, but those left and right thrusters actually control the left and right turn. So all he was doing is a groovy little hip sway type thing. So we need to turn all of that off. So we'll make a group called Turn Control. And we need one for the reverse controls because it'll try and fire the reverse controls too. And so far I haven't been able to come up with a decent way of the AI being able to use both the forward and reverse walking controls at the same time. It has a tendency to flick between the two, and then he does more weird little jiggles, which is probably why his legs were doing funny stuff. So walk, rev, control. So we need two groups to turn that stuff off. And we need to add them in here. And hopefully there's not going to be any conflicts. So, reverse. That will turn everything off when we activate the AI control, and it'll turn it all back on again. Yeah, we'll turn it all back on again. And the same with the turn controls. Turn it off, turn it on, and then we've hopefully got one slot left for the broadcast controller. Because I want it to send a signal that says guard mode online or something like that, or guard mode activated. And deactivated as appropriate. Right, so we'll turn that on. All the reverse stuff is off, so that's not going to fiddle with us. Walk reverse light. Oh, I don't think I want to turn that off. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter, does it? Because yeah, it doesn't matter, because that's never going to get activated anyway. So that's fine. Turn controls. All that stuff is now off like it should be. Okay. Trigger it again. All stuff that needs to be on is on. They get turned off automatically by the walk controls. That's fine. So I can still activate the walk forwards and the walk reverse. And the turn is still on. Cool. Oh yeah, while we're here, let's do something about that. What does that actually turn at the moment? Increase. What's it doing? 7 and -7. We can do more than that. I think I set it quite low early on because it was so much lighter. So turn left. We'll make that 10. And turn right is -10 RPM. So that should turn a little quicker. Right, so let's see how well that's gonna work. AI, balance, control. There we go. That's set to the right one? Balance control. Where's the signal gone? I don't know, that's switched on. Whatever. Let's put that button back on here then. Where's my buttons gone? There's my buttons. Guard mode. Trigger. We'll still do funny stuff at the start. Need to work out what that bug's about. There you go though, he's not doing a funny dance anymore. And he's got enough AI blocks on the main, enough gyroscopes on the main grid to turn him. The AI balance control and the balance control with the other set of AI blocks. He's now technically got two, both trying to keep him level. One's just trying to focus on staying level and the other one is focusing on tracking me. He's getting to 6 meters a second. His feet are still sliding more than I'd like. Yeah, those AI blocks are definitely working to keep him level. The step control that I put in there to stop him trying to walk in mid-air is working. So if he tips back too far. Oh, Chad, yes, that's why I wanted to get the head controls in there, so it can actually, like, look around at stuff while it's walking. I had to fiddle about and set up some extra controls with Rex, because he's got guns built directly into the main grid of his head. So when his guard mode activates, he's got an extra step that turns the guns off temporarily until the defense AI block gets triggered, and then it turns all the guns and weapons back on. Because otherwise he just starts shooting you, because his head is set to track friendly targets when guard mode is on, so he can look at you while you're walking around. And then the defensive block, which I need to set up on Zeke, will deactivate the friendly targeting and just set it to target enemies again when he detects one. Yeah, Zeke's not working too bad now. Bearing in mind I have been working on Rex on and off for like possibly a year. And I've only been working on Zeke for a couple of weeks. I think he's making some good progress. Yeah. That's the next thing that I need to think about, which I haven't done to Rex yet, and I need to do on Rex. As you just saw there, they can't tell where each other are, and will just collide into each other and be stupid. And there are ways of getting around this. There's collision avoidance on a mech, just makes it do weird stuff. It'll just try and run away from the feet. When the two local homeless guys at the gas station want some money, yeah. Except these ones are 30-foot robots with dangerous weapons. What was I saying? Yeah, because the collision avoidance of AI blocks and remote controls and stuff, because it's a ground-based vehicle, it will just constantly detect the ground and try and make the whole thing run away from the floor. So all it ends up doing is weird stuff, so you can't really use collision avoidance. It doesn't do much, except make your mech do weird stuff. And I can't put that there because that's half box. What you can do, or what I've been doing, is using a sensor. Yeah, I'll just put it there for now. Do walk sensor, and adding that into the AI controls. And what that walk sensor will do is when it detects people or grids or things like that, is it will turn the cycle timer off and back on again. Which is why I like putting a lot of controls inside timers, because you can then turn that timer off and it won't do anything. So, when the walk sensor, which we will bring up on screen, so when that walk sensor detects something, it turns the timer that controls the actual leg movement off, so then it can't walk anymore. So all you have to do really then is just tweak your sensor settings to something sensible, where it can detect things where it might need to. Like directly in front of it is usually the best bet. So, we don't want to be able to trigger it ourselves by sitting in the cockpit, because you can now trigger sensors from inside a cockpit. I'll bring that all the way forward. That's going to come right out. Yeah, we'll have that about as high as his face. In fact, we'll have it slightly lower than his face. Oh, that was the wrong one. So I want to be able to stand on the top of his head occasionally. Actually, we might drop it lower, make it 8. That can be that. That can be 15. Doesn't seem enough. Make it 20 for now, which seems a little bit far, but it's not too bad. Then left and right, we'll push them out a bit. Turn and turn. Yeah, that'll do for now. I don't want it to be able to stop just because things are stood next to him. I don't want it too skinny. And then we just need to drop it down a little bit so it can actually detect things at ground level. So I usually set it so it's just above the feet. Yeah, something like that will probably do. Oh, 9 meters, 9 meters. Yeah, that should be alright. Be able to detect me like that, hopefully. We can jump back in there. And then we can turn that off because that noise annoys me. Detect small grids, detect large things, detect stations so it doesn't walk into buildings. Detect players is already set up. Yeah. Just have it set to that for now. Sometimes I select detect voxels or detect asteroids as well, but for now we'll just use that. And then we need to think about tying that in, actually, into the guard mode controls. What can I tie that into? In there, because I need that last space. Start, reset, guard, rev control, off, turn control. I need that last space for the broadcast controller. It's only Geneva suggestions. I don't want it in there. I don't want it in there. Might have to make another group. Because if I add the sensor to that AI guard group, it'll give me crap about that AI on off, I think. Sensor, I'm gonna call it AI walk sensor. It's only ever the AI that's going to use it. Oh, hello, tiny cat. I'm surprised it took you this long to appear. Come on, madam. Come on. Get on my lap. Stop spinning around. Thank you. Yeah, we are once again joined by a tiny cat, who's a massive attention seeker. What was it doing? AI guard, and I need to add the AI walk sensor into that group. If I go to the guard mode controller, yeah, it now gives me crap about that because it doesn't give me the option for that anymore. If I need to change that at any point, I'm going to need a separate group because it doesn't like it when you add blocks that are different into groups. It removes functions that conflict or other blocks don't have. Yeah, right. So I need to make another group. I'll call it guard control. Oh, and then that other one, AI guard, I need to remove the sensor from it. Right. Delete the whole thing. Make a new one. That usually fixes any problems that might come up. It's no problem, someone. It's nice to have someone in the chat. Just chatting random shit, making jokes. There we go. So right, guard mode, control. So that can just do the AI, because now that that's just AI blocks again, these functions are back again, so that's fine. I will turn that into AI guard control on and off, because that has also got the sensor in it, so it doesn't have the AI controls available. So cool, that'll turn the walk sensor on when we activate guard mode, and it'll turn it off when we deactivate it. Cool. That's what I wanted. Right. Let's give that a test. Now we should have at least some kind of basic collision avoidance. that will stop him crashing into me and other mechs. And just other things in general. Ah, there we go. And the signal actually appeared properly this time. He's still having issues gripping the bloody floor. Anyway. Oh yeah, I always need to rebuild that button, don't I? Guard mode. Trigger. Ah, yeah, that sensor is a little bit high when he is stood up. So, need to extend it a bit. So which one was it? Was it at the top? Oh no, it's the front face, isn't it? Behave. Right, at least he turns off properly. It was the front face. Let's make that. Just make it. I'll make it 11 meters. Doesn't matter if it detects the voxels. Might make that go a little bit lower actually. Do 11 and a half. Yeah, there we go. He's walking again. Then when he detects me, he stops anyway because I've set him to have quite a distant setting on his AI, so let's bring that AI back in again. God mode. Let's make him try and follow me at a distance of 10 meters, so he's always trying to get super close. That's the stop controls, making him not move when oop. That sensor not detecting me. Oh, there you go. Detecting me now. Maybe it needs to come down a little bit more. In fact, I'm not going to use it to detect the voxels, so we'll just have it go all the way down to the floor. It's 12, like. Yeah, 12 is fine. Doesn't seem to be working properly though. Yeah, that's not working properly. What have I screwed up? AI walk sensor, you are switched on. Why are you flicking on and off like that? Players, small ships. You're not set to detect subgrids, so why are you doing things? Very strange. Definitely set up to detect players, yeah. Why is that not detecting me? What are you doing? I'm not in the middle of you, and I go to your select actions. It says you've turned it off. Clearly isn't doing what I intended it to do. Why is it not working? Have I got it turning off the wrong block or something? Oh, hey Marcus. How you doing, man? Oh, someone is in the chat. Yeah, someone is in the chat making jokes. I turned off the wrong thing. Walk, cycle. No, I'm doing the right one. Neutral enemy. Sod it, let's turn off everything. Except for players. It should be turning the cycle off when it detects, and on when it doesn't detect. I'm not going mad and I haven't got those the wrong way round, have I? Slot 1, detection. Slot 2, not detecting. Yeah, I thought so. Something is turning the walk cycle back on, isn't it? Have I screwed up somewhere? Almost certainly. Oh, you're not set to detect small grids anymore. There we go. Walk sensor. Why would that be turning back on and off again? You know what? I'm going to turn the control thruster off and on as well and see what difference that makes. Is that doing anything? Oh yeah, I will need to turn that thruster off because the thruster firing still has the ability to set the legs into its default position when it starts walking. That's why the legs kept moving. So yeah, I need to turn that thruster off as well. And then that stops it from being able to trigger anything. Yeah, okay, that works. Now it works. I've just forgotten one little thing. Right. Cool. So, if I jump into Rex, I first need to remember to set that back to detect other things like that and that and that. Nope, I'm doing some really weird stuff now. But you've got just enough power to self-correct from such a weird angle. Fantastic. So you can detect grids again. I can walk around in Rex. And when Zeke gets too close, he should stop. Oop, I got too close. There we go. Yeah, I might want to make that collision field a little bit longer, because they get to headbutting range. Stop there again. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, and that is the intended result, pretty much. So if I move out of that field, you can then start following me again. So we're walking in tandem, like in a big pack or something. And the lead mech stops walking. The rest of them won't just plough into the back of him. They'll stop like that. Sweet. So that kind of works as intended. What did we do there? We changed those settings. To that. Well, I do still think that's a bit much. It's going down further than the walk sensors now. Oh, it will do, but yeah, I'm going to put that back to 11.5 because I think the issues before was the thruster issue, which is the other thing that we need to fix. So that sensor also needs to turn off the forward control thruster. The walk cycle reset, is that somehow interfering with things? No. That has been switched off in the guard mode control, so that it can't reset its legs. I think it was pretty much just that the thruster was still being able to fire, which was triggering the start of the walk cycle and putting it into the default position where the front leg is forward and the left leg is forward and the right leg is backwards. But turning that off means it can't do that now, from the look of it. Yeah, actually, I might want to increase the height of that sensor so he can't do things like that. Not that one. Back. Yeah, let's bring that up to sod it above the height of his head. Yeah, do it like that. A swift uppercut by Rex and Zeke will become the Headless Horseman. Swift uppercut by any of them. To be honest, Rex has got the flappier head. His head's got more subgrids involved in his neck. So Zeke's neck is actually probably considerably more stable. Right, okay. That's on. That's off. That's all reset. Let's give him another test. Now that we've set that stuff up. Once again, AI balance. I wish pasted in recorder blocks would just remember what they were looking at in the first place. There we go. Yeah, eventually I do need to figure out how to do the spiky bits on the front to put the buttons on properly. But I'll just keep doing this for now. Trigger, guard mode on. He's detected me. He can't walk. He's not going anywhere. He's got a little bit of clearance from the floor. Is what I preferably like to have. And if I walk away, it turns on the walk controls again. You can keep following me. That's off. Why does that leg keep doing that? There's something I've messed up there. I will eventually get to the bottom of why his feet aren't behaving as well as Rex's, but yeah, okay. He's following me pretty well. Oh yeah, I also need to readjust that follow distance again, because he doesn't actually need to get that close. That was just to wrong thing. That was just to test the extremes of that. So 30 meters. Actually, 30 meters is. Oh yeah, it was the other one I set to that. Yeah, fine. We'll leave that at actually, I'll make it 20. Keep trying to turn around when he gets too close. Yeah, okay. We will do that. Like the thing. One. Just deciding not to appear again. Whatever. Right, so I'm probably going to wrap this stream up in a little bit, because it's been about 4.5 hours now. But before that, may as well do a little bit of friendly fire combat testing. Let's see how well these things walk around and shoot each other with damage turned off. That stops, that's fine. That can turn off, and that's fine. Cool. Right, I'll need to make one of them hostile for this to work. Which would be interesting. So let's take Rex all the way over here. So they are out of the way of all that stuff back there. Balance AI, just need to reset that back to Rex's correct waypoint. Cool. What did I set that up to do? I didn't set that up in the slightest, did I? Circular orbits, that does not work for these guys. Neither does stay at range. It just does weird stuff. The best thing I've found for mech walkers is the hit and run, generally, is the best option I've found. So we'll have him get to within, say, well, 50 meters is the minimum then. Fine, 50 meters it is. 70 meter retreat distance. 15-second retreat time out. And we'll just set that to something random. And did I even set up the defense block properly? Oh, I don't need to set up the... Oh yeah, I do actually, probably. Set up action. I did. So that turns on everything that it should do, I think. Yeah, so that should work. Right, okay. I think Rex might be set up for a little combat test. Down him targeting characters, there's no point in shooting at me, that'll just make things awkward. Default systems, closest, targeting, making targets slightly quicker. Yeah, okay. Just out of interest though, I'm going to turn guard mode on. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Being stupid. I know what turns it on. It's the defensive block. It's fine. Right, so we'll run all the way back over here. Grab. Right. So I can find that beacon easier when I paste him back in. We'll stick him there somewhere. I'll have to jump back into him because he's going to do a little ballerina dance. Zeke test. There we go. There we go, he's correcting himself to that one. Right, so your defensive block, when that gets turned on, it is looking for things. Let's turn characters off, don't need that. Actually, it doesn't matter for him, he's friendly. That is going to, when it turns on, turn the offensive block on, and turn the AI on and off. Then it's going to turn all the weapon systems on and off, at least for now, in its most basic kind of form. Because when we activate that guard control group, it activates the defensive block as well, which turns on the offensive block and does all that kind of jazz. So just because that's a lot of screwing around to set up, I'm going to save that there in case I need to reload. Oh yeah, it's probably a good idea to check to see if we've even got any ammunition going on in here. Auto cannons have not got much ammo at all. Let's fill him full of ammo first. Is that going anywhere? Doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Conveyor network, didn't I? What did I do? Oh. No. That's fine. Going up to there. That's connecting into side of there. That can be removed. That's not going anywhere. That's all green. That's all green. That's all green. That's all green. Why are they not filling up? Oh, have I screwed up this connection at the back, maybe? I probably didn't finish. No? Oh. There's your problem right there. I put that T-block the wrong way around. Oh, which means I need to change it on the main model. There we go. There we go. Right, ammo's feeding in. Cool. Right, crisis averted. What other guns have we got on here? We've got a Gatling gun. Don't need 100, that's ridiculous. We'll just put in 50. Not going anywhere. Gatling full. Containers are... Oh, that's all full. That's fine. Take that back. Take that. Yeah, leave that. What are the rails like? Rails have got loads. Rockets have not got loads. Let's put some rockets in. Where are they? There they are. Rocket launcher ammo sorter. Are you not set to drain all? You are not set to drain all. Why not? There we go. Right, there we go. These full of bullets. About you. Oh, wrong button. Small railgun bits. Where are small railgun bits? There they are. We'll stick. Put them in there. Yep, that's eating them all up. Fantastic. Some rockets as well. Where are they? There they are. Actually, take a few more. Stick a few more in. I'll take that many more in. Yeah, whatever. What else has he got? Gatling guns. You've not got much of that. Yeah, whatever. Right, they're both chock full of ammo. Okay then. If I save once again, damage is off. I don't want them to destroy each other. Turn that on so he's following me. Turn that on so he's following me. Come here, you bugger. Right, I'll jump in there. Set myself to untargetable. And in theory, we can select all of that. Make it a space pirate. Ah, come on. Get further away from each other. Oh, some of his controls are still set to friendly fire. I can go. To be honest. Oh, there he goes. He's turning toward his enemy, but I don't know whether I set up his offensive block properly. No, it didn't. Hit and run. 50. 75. 20 seconds. Random angle. Right, there we go. That's a bit better. Now they'll just like charge towards each other, and then when they get too close they'll retreat, and then they'll charge back again. which is about all you can really do with the AI combat offensive blocks. Oh, hey, Lord Shadow. Yeah, and maybe need to set their retreat distances further back. Break off distance 60. Return distance 85. That would help if I actually had enemies selected, so I can actually target the bad guy behind him, because I still had the other settings set up. He's been trying to shoot stuff over there. Bang. Where's the rocket launcher being stupid? Turn that off. Bring that back on again. Let all of his AI and weapons restart and kick back in. From scratch. Eventually he should twig on to what's going on, turn around and start following him. I think that's why he's trying to get away. All the weapons are activated. Can I screw all that up? Yeah, I'm just activating them manually. Well, Rex is winning at the moment. He's the only one that's actually firing properly. A whole bunch of stuff I need to sort out on Zeke properly. Yeah, Zeke could probably do with a bit more turning power in his gyros. He could probably maybe do with a few more attached to the main grid. Because Rex is a bit smaller in stature, but he's noticeably heavier than Zeke. Yeah, I only set him up with a basic kind of thing. Let's try and... Oh, his guns have started working now. Right, let's try and get into Rex's face. Where? Oh no, I can't, because I've made him a bad guy. I can't edit any of his settings right now. So it just is what it is for the minute. It is only a test. But Zeke's weapons are finally kicked in, it looks like. head doesn't seem to be moving. Oh, I screwed something up with his head controls. Yes, I'm taking it off targeting enemies because I'm an idiot. What's after Zeke? I'm currently playing around with a few ideas with Metal Gear Ray at the minute, and he's not quite ready to reveal yet. There we go, his weapons have kicked in properly now. Yeah, I'm tinkering around with some Metal Gear Ray ideas, but the next build stream I might do, possibly Peace Walker. I've had a look at a few, but I've not quite made my mind up yet. But yeah, Peace Walker's a really interesting idea. I like his design. Yeah, I probably would set them to have a higher break-off distance. That was just a basic setup. Yeah, you can definitely have them break off further and then retreat a little bit and turn around quicker. It's all about how you set it up. And lots of tweaking and testing, but yeah, they don't work too bad for just a basic fucking, just a basic throw it together in a few minutes kind of thing. I'll definitely increase the break-off ranges so they keep a bit more distance from each other. I definitely need to adjust some of the settings on Zeke so his weapons activate properly, but they're following each other pretty well, and they're retreating pretty well, and the weapons are all targeting fairly well. Yeah, Zeke definitely needs more ability to turn. Yeah, Ray's been a little bit tricky. That has been one of the key issues I've had with Ray, is all of the organic shapes, because there's lots of round bits on Ray. Rex and Zeke and a lot of the others are all very blocky and mechanical looking. Ooh. He did a strange backflip then. I have no idea why. God knows what that was about, but yeah, Ray's been a little bit tricky because yeah, he's got lots of round shapes, and oh yeah, I think Zeke might have scored a shot somehow on the rotor in the centre of Rex. Even with the damage off, I think he's made it clang out a little bit, because he's doing pirouettes now. But yeah, right, so that's the guard mode things set up. Breakdance Rex, yeah. That's where I like to do my testing of damage off, because you get to see all that weird behaviour that might crop up before it smashes itself to pieces. I only really do damage on tests when I just want to see how durable they are, but I usually do all the other tests damage off so I can, like I said, spot the weird behaviour. Like the little pirouettes he's doing. I'm not quite sure what's causing that. Yeah, that's been nearly 5 hours, and it is almost midnight where I am, so I'm gonna wrap this stream up here, I think. Yeah, these guys... Ooh, that was a good shot. These guys are working pretty well now. I think I definitely need to increase the sensor range a little bit, so that they can stop a little bit further from each other, and I need to set one up on Rex full stop. But in terms of the combat AI and the warp controls, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So yeah, I am going to leave that here for the stream, and I'll just let those two duke it out in the background while I say my goodbyes. So, yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone for chatting and getting involved and asking questions. I'm always happy to answer them. Next Saturday will be a new episode of Mech Yard Survival, which I have half recorded and need to finish off and edit. That should be up for members in a couple of days and up for everybody else next Saturday. And then I might do some more midweek streaming on like Wednesday or something. I will put up a post about that kind of thing and give you all some advance notice. So yeah, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting, cheers for your suggestions as well. I like that decoy thing. But yeah, I will catch you all next time, and we will chat some more nonsense and do some more weird stuff with robots. So yeah, cheers for everything. Goodbye for now. See you later, guys.